All right, all right. Good morning. I believe today's Thursday, and as quiet as it comes. Looked like it was a good choice to take the day off yesterday. Barely any movement, and I think we're going to see the same today. We're looking at the futures right now, and there's really not a whole lot going on. They were flat at the open. Now they just traded off about $1.50. But you look over here on the 30-minute and you see there's really not a whole lot of volatility in the pre-market. And looking at the dailies, we've made a higher high already, and this is the futures. So that trend is continuing. We'll see where it goes, today. If we sell off 20 points today, it's an engulfing bar. It's no big deal. But you can see the momentum flattening out. People are just on vacation. It's just extremely boring. But let's just take a look at what the markets did, and it'll just get our head right for the day. So the price action is on the 60-minute from yesterday. It appears bullish, but the momentum, I'd have to argue, is kind of neutral. You could even see the histogram here, where it's just dying out, man. Just nothing going on for a few days. And I expect the same out of today. There's really no catalyst or anything. We didn't look at the news yet, but I really don't think there's a catalyst today. And then if we look at the daily, we've trended up past 2 days. Might take a little consolidation today, but the momentum is flat. Just really nothing going on. Nothing. But that's all right. We'll take nothing for a while. Reduces the stress. This is kind of an aftermarket chart. If we look at the session charts right here, that's a rather bullish bar yesterday. We traded off. We tested the low of yesterday, or the previous day, and then closed up around the highs, which is really not bad. Come on, give me the data. There you go. 47.93. Closed a little below the high of the previous day, but still made a upward bar. Not too aggressive. I think we'll probably have an inside bar today. I don't see any catalyst to move it down. We kind of have some support in the momentum over here, although conservative. And that's the 60-minute bar. Yeah, I'm a little off too. Okay, so that's a 60-minute bar, and closed inside, shows some upward momentum on the daily in the natural session. We closed higher than the previous day's high, which is very supportive. And we have this 3-day trend to the upside, and the momentum is just not impressive. It's just dying off. So we're just kind of floating up, because there's just no selling pressure on it. And that's fine. I'll just let it keep going. But again, I think we might see an inside bar. We'll see. If we get that break, it's going to be a pretty good run. We're up above all the resistance. So I'm conservatively bullish, and really conservative because of the time of year. So the seasonality is making me conservative. But again, this baby's just grinding its way up. Yeah, there's really nothing to do. You get one good move, but it's not good trading to try to capture one good move in a day. You want to trade on days where probabilities are in your favor, and when the market is got some action and it's moving around, and there are 4 or 5 good moves during the day, and you capture 2 or 3. That's a good trading day. When you see your setup, the probabilities are in your favor. And you make enough money during those trading periods that you're smart enough to sit back and let these go, and that's trading maturity in my book. So to tell you the truth, Tommy, I've got my family squirming around over there, although they're late sleepers. That always drives me crazy because I'm entirely different. But I'll tell you, if the market's dead and they're alive, I'm probably going to go that way and hang out with the family later and hop off the line. Because life's too short to let time just tick away and do nothing. I mean, all my income trades are just working out in my favor. And if there's no reason, if I'm not going to get paid to stare at the screen, and I could go have a little pleasure, I think I'll do that. But we'll see what the market offers us. But it drives me crazy. I mean, they'll sleep until like 2 o'clock or like around 4 or 5 o'clock. They're like, hey, you want to go to the fair? It's like, no, dude, I'm winding down, man. I mean, I'm looking at my evening and chilling out and maybe sitting on the deck and staring out into space, breathing deep, and they're like ready to go out. I was like, yeah, of course you are. You just woke up. I had a whole day under my belt, and I mean, I get up. I'm usually up at 5. When I'm on the down by the boat, I usually head to the gym. Up here, I just head into the office, and I have a gym next to the office. But I mean, I've been doing that since I'm a kid. What is it? XDM? I don't know what XDM is. Oh, I do my income trades on SPX. All my income trades are SPX. I mean, you could apply the theory, and I know I keep talking about it and getting you guys ready, but a lot of you guys are still, polishing direction trades. And based on my theory, you need to be kind of sharp on directional trades, so I'm not so upset. But I trade SPX, and you could use the practice on many different securities, but the volume is appropriate. I use options to do them, and the volume is appropriate on SPX. And man, I'm telling you, I think you'll like them, Tommy, because you have a different you have a big life, and you have to worry about work, and you don't really want to have to pay too much attention to things. So I think the strategy is going to work out really well for you. And then it'll probably take you away from doing doing directional trades, because there will be times that you have to take directional trades to defend your income strategies. And when you do those properly, it's really big money. Like when I'm the most vulnerable, or the months that I've been the most vulnerable, have been my most profitable months, related to my income trades, not talking about my directional trades. And then, I mean, if you have nothing to do and you're going to sit there and stare at the monitor, then you'll probably take directional trades. But while you're building a life and a career, I mean, you're going to make a lot of money doing the income trades. Then if you're smart and you build the account, it will be at a point where you make more than enough money on the income trades, and you really don't even need to work, and then if you're bored, you'll probably take directional trades. And, so it's really a nice setup. It's almost, I don't know, it doesn't seem right that some people could just reach into the market and take out money and really not have to punch the clock or do the 9 to 5 or, any of that, or suffer in a commute. But it is the case. But it's not for everybody, I mean, a lot of guys out there need the juice, which is the wrong way to trade, but, that's what it's about. I'm dealing with a guy right now. Forget about it. The guy is ridiculous. And he's just hurting himself. And he wants me to mentor him, which I don't mind. I'll do that, but it's a matter of my time. And what happens is you get into a mentoring program with somebody, you dedicate some time, and then they fall off. They lose focus, or they're not dedicated, and then you spent all this time and it's for nothing. It's just a waste of your time. So they waste their time and they waste your time. So I find that ridiculous. So what I do is I give them a number that they have to give me up front, and I give them a period of time, and the number based on what they can invest. The number is, easily. I mean, I make it back for them in 2 months, because I'm literally hands-on and, trading their account at first for them and then trading their account with them. And, oh my God, look at that. Amazon just turned around out of nowhere. So in essence, I mean, they're break even in 2 months with my input, and then I hang with them another month just to make sure that they experienced every aspect with me there guiding them. And then by the third month, the account's already positive, considering what the investment they made in me. And then they go on to a happy, productive life. And really the money is affordable, but big enough that you're going to pay attention, and you're going to see this through, because they all want to get their money back. They want to be break even again. So I say, okay, here's the value, and we can pay attention and do it right, and you'll have your money back in 2 months, like you never spent a dime, and then you can go on to a happy trading career. And a lot of guys take me up on it, but then you get some guys who, they penny wise, pound foolish, I guess, is what you say. So, and I don't mind talking to this guy. I mean, I talk to him all the time. I'll continue to talk to him, but he doesn't listen. And I mean, I'm not going to sit down and break everything down for him and, give him a direct line to my ear, especially his personality trait. And he's not willing to commit. Yeah, that's he's very immature. He's in his 30s, and he worked for me, or I'd rather say he worked with me. I don't really like saying that people worked for me, because we worked together, and that was the success. But he worked with me when I had the firm. He was on the retail end, and he was really a talented guy, but he was so hard to deal with. I mean, I had no problems, but I know a lot of my staff, a lot of the sales support, they just couldn't stand working with the guy because, I mean, he came in and knew nothing. He came in as entry, and I taught him, and he was really talented, did very well, made a lot of money, and he was king ding-a-ling. You know what I'm saying? Went right to his head, and yeah, he's hard to difficult to deal with, and very arrogant, and never with me. He was always respectful. I never had a problem with him, but I know a lot of my staff did, and they literally hated the guy, and but ironically, I mean, I've done that for a lot of people, and made a lot of people very wealthy, and taught them careers, and they I guess they were my friend while they had use for me, but I mean, I haven't heard from them. And this guy literally kept in touch with me when I wasn't even focused on the industry, when I was in looking at other industries and really laying back on the financial industry. So I had nothing to offer this guy, but still had a concern for my well-being, or drop me a line every once in a while, and it was genuine. So just, I guess, a little rough in his language, but that always struck me. That he is one of the people that stayed in touch when they weren't making a living off of me. So anyway, I'll try to be there for him, but I know I wouldn't dedicate the time. But very interesting. One day, I walk back onto the trading floor, and I hear this guy just cursing somebody out. Like, dude, I'd tell you, if he would have spoke to me like that, I would have run him over with a car. This guy, I mean, I couldn't believe how he was going off, dropping F-bombs and cursing. And then, like, before I left the trading floor, I heard him say, "You know what? I'm busy, Ma. I'll call you later." I was like, oh, my God, this guy was talking to his mother like that. I mean, my mother would grab the spoon and start beating me at this age if I started speaking to her like that. Forget about it. Like I said, I would have run the guy over if he would have spoke to me like that. I couldn't believe what I was hearing. And then he was like, "I'll call you later, Ma." I'm telling you, like, a sweat broke out on my body. That's how shocked I was that he was speaking to his mother like that. I'll never forget it. But that's the kind of guy he was, just a nasty, nasty guy, Little skinny guy, you know what I mean? I mean, has a lot really good taste, very sharp guy if you looked at him. Very but like the cliche of what you hear about in successful financial guys or brokers. But you know what? I got to call you later, Ma. I swear to God, man, I'll never forget that. Probably one of my greatest thoughts, because it was just amazing, And I was going to rip him an ass, because I was like, yo, you don't talk to clients of this firm like that. And, but I mean, I'm not going to get involved with how he spoke to his mother. I would like to have said something, but, definitely not my job. But, dude, I'll never forget it. The funniest thing, I mean, I didn't know whether to cry or laugh. It was amazing. But again, I've heard from the guy, and it's got to be, what I retired in 2011. So you're talking 10 years, and the guy stayed in touch. Hey, good morning. And then, there were guys who were being thrown out of his house, and I bought a guy a house, which I didn't remember, Just recently, somebody that I'm working with reminded me that I bought a dude a house, And I mean, over the long term, the guy paid me back, but I really forgot all about it. And, I don't hear a word from that guy. I mean, this guy, his family was being thrown out. I bailed him out. And I don't hear a word. What's going on, Anth? Everybody, like it up. And honestly, the nasty guy, never asked me for anything other than me to teach him, a career, and stayed in touch. So anyway, people are interesting. So my assistant that worked really close with me, who she's still a very good friend of mine, and we speak all the time, and we're almost like pen pals. She just couldn't stand the nasty guy, and she doesn't even want to hear stories about him. Like, he shares with me like his children and his home, and all the progress he's making through his life, and so he shares his personal life with me. And I kind of tell her, like, look, I spoke to a nasty guy, and she's like, I really don't care. I don't care what he's doing. She won't speak poorly of him because she's a good person, but that's how bad he was. That she doesn't even want to know, and she also understands my position on people who have who don't get in touch with me and things like that, and she still doesn't give this kid any benefit of the doubt because he's such a nasty son of a gun. That girl was a find. What time is it? I know I'm off on the babbling tangent, but I'm already in my head. It's already a done day. I could be entirely wrong. I mean, today could be a crazy mover. But 9:21. This chick was absolutely brilliant and kind of sexy. And she was an artist, but again, she was just brilliant, and she just didn't want to go to school, so she never went to school. And I think she came to me. She was in her late 20s, and just talking to her, I knew she was brilliant. So I made her you know what? She came in on kind of a clerical end, and just my interaction with her, I was like, yo, you know what? There's more to this chick. I want her working with me, and I started working with her directly. And forget about it. She literally ran the company. She just was incredible. Anything I asked, she got done. What she didn't know, she figured out. From being an artist to learning all the regulations, and she literally, at one point she spoke with my authority in the company. That's how sharp she was. But those are hard to find. But I guess everybody's success is about the people behind them. So initial jobless claims came in less than expected. That's cool. And we're just chopping them off, man. The PPI came in a little hotter. Core PPI came in a little hotter. I don't know that any of this is going to move the market. Continuing claims are higher than expected, but a lot less than previous. And then really nothing going on. Tuesday is retail sales, but I don't really think that's going to be a big catalyst either, man. I think everybody on vacation is the catalyst. And I should go join them. Did anybody make any money yesterday or take a directional trade yesterday? When I looked back on the chart, it just looked like nothing was happening. And I think Anthony dropped a comment telling me it was a good day to take off. I don't think we lost audio. All right, cool. Yo, did they catch the hack? $600 million crypto heist. Oh, that's going to hurt crypto, man. Yo, and the guy returned the money. He said he did it for fun. Wow. Yo, the company that got hacked went and just pled with the guy to return the money. And he returned half, 600 million. I mean, he walks away with 300 million. That's wild, man. He gave back the money. I'm reading CNBC. So if you Google CNBC, the title is "Hacker Behind 600 Million Crypto Heist Claims They Did It for Fun," which I saw the heist yesterday. I just caught this, and he's like, "Yeah, I'm not a hacker." He's like, "But I saw the bug, and I was just conflicted with the question. I mean, when you're handed this kind of fortune, but he only returned half, so maybe 300 million is his fee for discovering this vulnerability." That's a trip. Yeah, see, I mean, now these vulnerabilities are going to come out. So as far as investing goes, I still don't find Bitcoin to be a good investment. And if it gets stability, I mean, it's always going to be there. I could always get involved. I don't have to be in on the ground floor. But as far as trading it, I mean, I don't know the trading patterns. I'm sure I could trade it if I went cash, every day and took short trades. But that's the only way I would do it. It's not something I would look to hold. I mean, that doesn't mean don't be involved at all. I mean, obviously, people could take part in it in small pieces, and that's fine. But it's not something I would commit my funds to. What are we looking at for time here? Oh, we got 2 minutes. Let's get the right chart up. Let's see what happens. Or if we make something happen today. I'm not even in the head, man. I'm still in, like, hang out with the family head. But we'll see what the offer, what's presented to us, what the market offers us today. And we're gonna open dead flat. I mean, we're down like 0.25 in the futures. So next Monday, I don't know what my schedule is going to be because I'm going to head back to the boat on Sunday, but I may still have an opportunity to hang out with my family, so I may head back to the boat late Sunday. I'll probably end up on the boat at like 1 or 2 in the morning. I'll probably end up getting up and doing the stream, but yeah, I mean, I might as well take advantage of the fact that we're far and few viewers this month. Then in October is going to become interesting because I'm planning on heading towards South America in October. So maybe a week or so that I'm not streaming, or the stream may be hit and miss, because if I do get I'm not going to be too far off the coast. Here we go, we're open. If I do get access, I will definitely bring up the feed. But what I plan on doing is setting up a bunch of cameras around the boat filming my what's this gap right here? Only like a buck, man, but it looks like it might pop up and fill that gap up. Oh, but the composite is tanking. That's cool. So I plan on filming my cruise and then sharing that with you guys. You know, I'll probably just put out a video or something and share that with you if anybody's interested. You know, being that you guys show up every day, you hear me gab about all this stuff. I thought you might want to see what I go through. And I'm not going to edit it like the sailing channels do, you know, where it's just, you know, hunky-dory and cocktails and things. I'm going to show you the real deal because that's work and stress and aggravating, and you even question why you do it, and then you get 1 or 2 good sails, and you're like, oh, yeah, that's why I do it. Yeah, and we're pushing down. I mean, we have a bear flag on that 30 you could take on that 32nd. And it looks like it's going to pay off right there. But my targets are not that far. Oh, and there it goes. It's, well, you're like half a buck in the money. And look, it's already coming back on you. I didn't take it. 44.36. So now you're getting close to a buck. Yeah, nah, dude, I'm not a YouTuber. Oh, man, look at that. It would have been a decent trade. What a shame. I wasn't in the head, man. I got more into hanging out and talking than trading, so. But, yeah, you know, you stick to your disciplines. We see that bear flag. It's breaking to a low on the downside. You know, theoretically, you have to take that trade. And really, if I took emotion out of it and just traded my rules, I would have taken that trade, you know. Emotionally, I was just hanging out, talking. Just some insight into being a good trader. Cool. Yeah, you're very welcome, John. I'm glad I could help, man. Hit the like, and I'll consider myself well compensated. And anything else I could do for you, happy to throw it in. So I'll stop, since you're out of it, I'll stop adding that BTB into the EOD. But anything else you guys want me to track, you want an end of day, just say, hey, could you do this stock on the EOD? And I don't mind. I mean, there's not, there's no such thing as too many securities to analyze. It just makes me sharper. Why don't you see that flag? You're looking at the 32nd. If you're looking at the screen, you see my mouse there. There's the push down. Here's the consolidation. That green bar is the consolidation. And then you take that break. That break would have been the 444.28. It's not a classic flag. In a classic flag, you want to see the next bar not exceed the pole. But it's an opening trade. It's an opening move. We know that the past few days, or at least past few weeks, you get that aggressive opening move. That would have been a good enough consolidation to take on the flag. The momentum was all favoring it. But this is what I'm calling the flag. So I'm considering this part of the pole. I mean, here's the close. We dropped all the way down here. We closed strong on the downside. We had a consolidation, leaving a tail, giving us an indication that we're going down, and then you take that break. And that's the 30-second bar, which you don't have the 30-second bar, right? So the 10 tick, I don't know what the 10 tick is showing you. Actually, I'm looking at a 10 tick now, and yeah, I mean, I don't see the flag on the 10 tick. And what I do see on the 10 tick, I wouldn't have taken. But that doesn't make one chart bad or another. You know what I'm saying? I mean, it's just, all right, you didn't take that trade. But that 10 tick will still produce other setups that you can take. So now it looks like we're making a little bottom. The momentum on the 30 is turning around. The 1 is still very bearish. So we'll have to see if we could consolidate a little bit and then test that bottom again. If we come right down, we're probably going to break right through it. But now it's starting to look like a consolidation pattern. I'd rather a couple more bars. And it looks like it might be giving it to us too. Where the hell's my timer on this thing? There it is. Hello, timer. Yeah, so now it's starting to look like a good double bottom. If it comes around and tests that bottom again, that'll be looking like a good bottom. Although that 1 is crazy negative. That 1 is very bearish. I wouldn't take an aggressive entry on this double bottom. I'd probably take the break of the low. I just don't see where it's going. And that's because this is blocking my charts over here. Well, we could come down as far as 37. The 37, 38 range. There it goes. You got the break. It's not moving it too aggressive. It should really start picking up. There she goes. Stop moving. She's just making those bottoming tails now. Yep. See that? Yeah, that's a good call. Well, that you didn't take that. Yeah, the bear flag showed up on the 30-minute, and yeah, I didn't see anything on the 1 minute or the tick that I would have taken either. Got that hammer on the 1 minute, so be careful if you took a short on that break. It doesn't look like it's breaking that hammer though. Nope, there it goes. Oh no. Oh, there it goes. It just broke that hammer. That's a good indication to close that. Composite setting up a bear flag on the 1 minute. There she goes. Oh no, it's having a hard time. And that 1 minute is still very negative. Looks like that 30-second might be rolling. Oh, I just can't call it. It's just choppy. That's like that 30-minute flag was, I'll bet, the move of the day. And now you're just going to get a lot of false breakouts and shit. Good. You took it off. Look, it's coming back at you right now. That 5 minute is still very negative, but I'd like to see that 2 minute roll around. It's kind of deciding what it wants to do right here. And what are we looking at? The Dow looks like it might be putting in a bottom. I mean, it didn't really sell off that aggressively. It's only off 16 points. The Russell barely sold off. And the composite looks like it might be coming back. And the composite and the S&P are in lockstep right now. I'll bet that oh, that's going to take a minute to come up. Oh, there she goes. All right, so you took it off, Anth, and if it goes, if it continues to run, don't beat yourself up over it. That's fine, because what you did was you protected yourself from a time when it just reverses and takes off on you. And that's what your goal is. Don't worry about what you missed. Just worry about what you saved. And I promise you, in the long run, that's going to save a bit. And it looks like that 30-second is really moving up. That 1 is rolling around. And the 2 is trying to, the 2-minute momentum is trying to roll around also. And it's putting in some bottoming tails. We have another minute on that 2-minute. Let's see if it puts in another bottoming tail. And the financials are up. Energy's off a little bit, but really more in a consolidation. So it's probably tech that's dragging the SPX down. And yeah, Amazon's down. Yo, $14. Yeah, what a beating. Yep, taking it off was a good move. I mean, it's not said and done, but it looks like it might be doing a cup and handle right here on the 30-second. That retrace on the 1 minute is a little aggressive for us to think that it might be a bear flag. The 2 minute could be a bear flag, but the poles are not good. Like if you watch my mouse, you look at this is a strong move down, this is a strong move down, but now it's getting indecisive. So this is not like a flag I would take. This is turning more into a double bottom, if it even gives that. I mean, it could be a single bottom, which is a hard trade to get into. But even on the 1 minute, it's starting to look like it might be a single bottom. Maybe it'll turn around and give us another tap, and might give us the opportunity to get involved. On the 5 minute, it's not a flag that I really would look to get involved with. Leaving too much of a tail on both of these shows indecisiveness. I want a strong bar down, and then a consolidation and a break. And that's not what this is giving me. So, I mean, it could very well continue running, but the probability would be greater if I had the strong bar. And there's enough of those setups out there that I don't mind missing this one. But the composite looks like today may not be its day. I mean, it's not selling off too aggressively. We're only down 47 points, which is really nothing on the composite. Could be just making a double bottom right here and then turn around and close that gap. So if this does a cup and handle on the 30-second, this looks like a nice cup right there. So now we just need a little down and then a break of the handle. Yeah, lots of bottoming tails. I mean, I don't know if it should scare you, but it's telling you something. When you're reading the market, that's a word right there, and that word is reversal. That's what a bottoming tail should indicate. It's not guaranteeing that it's a reversal, but it's telling you that the interest in that trend is fading. Looks like we're creating the handle on that 30-second chart. You use Thinkorswim. The TradeStation has the 30-second chart. What's your cost for executing? I think for me, the SPX round trip, one contract, I think is $1.20, $1.60, which is expensive on TradeStation. I have other platforms where it's just 60 cents or 65 cents a contract. So no, one way is $1.60, so it's twice my cost to trade through TradeStation. All right, it looks a little disconcerting. So on the 2 minute, that momentum is looking it could be reversing, but it's starting to look a little negative. Depends on how this last bar closes out. That 5 minute is still very negative. So I think I'd be more apt to say that we're in a consolidation than an aggressive move down. But because the 1 minute looks like it's reversing, but we still have 30 seconds on that bar. Be nice if it closes in a hammer, that last 1 minute bar. Yeah, 65 cents one way. Yeah, that's not bad. You know, for an index, I think it's like $1.20 one way, or $1.60 one way, in TradeStation. For other options, it's 65 cents, but the index, there are additional charges. Oh, there's the cup and handle, and here's a break of the handle. It's flirting with the break of the handle on the 30-second bar. You got that hammer with a double bottom or a reversal trade on the 1 minute. This is all getting very supportive. So that break of that, which we just broke it, you could even see it on the 2 minute, the 5 minutes turning around. It's just not moving aggressively, you know. We should already be one off. Yeah, today looks like a series of false breakouts. And I mean, we got one red finger on that 30-second. And now we're coming back down to test the bottom. Really, it looks like if this moves up, then it's just consolidating. It's not triggering. Yeah, it looks like it's a beach day there, fellas. So, see, this is what I'm saying about days like this. So here's a beautiful cup and handle. Yeah, you know, here's the handle, here's the break of the handle, and then it returns. And yeah, you know, so this is a failed bullish move, which means it should turn into a bearish right down by a bottom, but it should have tanked aggressively. And that's what happens when you're in a market that has momentum. And so during the fall, that's how this would have laid out for us, you know, but now it just does this, a couple of false breakouts, moves into a consolidation, and is a wrap. So now we're here on, you know, pins and needles saying, okay, it's going to, you know, it's going to break the low. No, it's going to turn around and go up. All these false breakouts, you just get chopped up. So, or what it does is it makes people lose confidence in their decision to put a stop in. So this is like the kind of market that helps people abandon the theory of working with stops. And then they get into a market where things really move and they didn't put their stop in, and it breaks the area where they put their stop, and the thing tanks, you know. And then they're like, all right, if it goes to a break even, I'll get out. And then they're like, oh, man, all right, if I'm down only $1,000, I'll get out. And then they're like, damn, if I'm down 5,000, if it comes back and I'm only down 5,000, I'll get out. Next thing you know, you got a 25% of your portfolio blow up. And if you don't believe me, ask the guys trading AMC. So all the markets are down. I mean, composites off its lows. S&P is hovering around its lows. And Russell's off its lows, but it looks like it's heading for it. So we got it. I don't know. Could we argue mixed markets? It seems like just chaos, man, when you look at the markets across the board. I think it might pull the rest of the markets down a little bit more. But I don't see what's a comfortable target to the downside. Like the low we hit is kind of the low I'm expecting for the day. $11 points from here would be down 17, which is not impossible. I think our exposure is about 44.29 range, 44.30 range. I don't know if it's going to do that. Yesterday wasn't a very big bar, so there's not a lot of inhibitants just to keep this an inside bar today. And that's all we are. We're just an inside bar. We haven't made a new high or a new low yet. And yesterday's low was 36.42. And yesterday's high, 49.44. Testing that 440.88 range. Seems like we got a little resistance above us. Actually, we could say that this is just creating a double bottom on the 2-minute and see how that holds. And it might be a divergence on the 2-minute. And what time do we have? It's still too early for the reversal. Was it awful? Yeah, I don't think the guy presents himself well. Okay, so we're testing the low right now, and the 2-minute is giving us a divergence, but the 5-minute is very, very negative. And it broke the low. If this next bar on the 2-minute pushes up, this could be a good double bottom, because we have a divergence on both the 1-minute and the 2-minute. But I wouldn't take an aggressive entry. I'd wait for this baby to confirm and take that conservative entry. And there it goes, looking to make a new low. If it pushes down, it's going to blow up that divergence on the 2-minute. There it goes. Come on, a little more. All right, I'm going to take one off right here because all I've really seen is 1 point out of the first move. And I'm going to a break even, which is the low. I only picked up like $50 a contract on that last move. That 1 minute looks like it could be a good bear flag. If you didn't take the entry of the break of the low, you could take that bear flag. Just keep tight stops because this is just choppy as hell. Looks like we're making a little low and then reversing and making another little low and reversing. And you could still argue a divergence on the 2 minute. And the 1 minute, it's clearly diverging right now. Doesn't mean it won't continue. The 30-second just consolidated and then traded off, but the momentum is fading the other way. The 5 minute is still very bearish, which would lead me to believe that this might be a good flag on the 1 minute. So I got one off 2/3 at a break even. Composites coming back. I'm still going to hold my break even. I mean, I'm almost out. No, that kind of jumped up, made a gap. I'm out. Boo! So it blew up the bear flag. It retraced too much, really, to call it a bear flag. It actually gapped up, which is interesting. I wonder if that's my data or if that's how the market moved. That 5 minute could be a bear flag. I might watch that because that 5 minute still looks negative. But look, that 2 minute just paired the last bar and it's breaking above the bar. See, this is what I'm saying, man. This is not a good trading day. Did you take an aggressive entry? Well, I mean, the break of the low is the break of the low. So I don't know what you mean by aggressive entry. Yeah, I took the entry too, but yeah, you know, I mean, I'm already out on my second half. Oh, you have a gap up too? All right, so that's, well, you know what? That's a good sign that there's a lot of enthusiasm in that market. And it looks like the composite is turning around. You know what? I need some Mac Daddy on my composite chart. Nope, wrong keyboard. That's funny. I always do that. Grabbed the wrong keyboard. I grabbed the wrong mouse. Yeah, the Mac Daddy on the composite looks like it's trending up. And we're actually in an uptrend on the 1 minute on the composite. We're putting in higher highs, higher lows. So, I mean, it still could be a consolidation. Nope, that doesn't work. Maybe a reversal too. Though we may be looking at too much out of this market. Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's just consolidating at this point now. It just made a lower low. So I don't know, man. I can't really tell what the markets are going to do. If we're going to continue on down. The 30-second is in a downtrend for the SPX. The 1 minute's in a downtrend. It just made a lower high. It's turning around. It's closing that gap. The Mac Daddy looks like it's going into consolidation. The 30-minute is ugly. There's a strong bar down, and we're still running down, although the 30-minute just opened. Should I take my $50 a contract and go home? Yeah, you feel like that, huh? Well, the thing is, you could be right or you could be wrong. I mean, if you're going on a feeling, you got a 50-50 chance of it working out. Where you can't really do the math on the probabilities, because I don't know how to backtest your feelings. $36.42 is yesterday's low. I mean, we break that, we could move down. I mean, I could see a 30-point move after that. We're breaking today's low again. You know, it's just chopping its way down and keeps knocking me out. That bear flag just triggered on the 5-minute. And that 5-minute is real negative. That 2-minute is real negative, the momentum. But the 30-second and the 1 minute, not so much. Now it got negative, the 1 minute. Could have called that a last kiss on the 30-second chart. I didn't even notice that. So now we're hitting yesterday's low, and we're bouncing off of it. Logically, it would create a resistance. If we could see a double bottom at this major, it would create a support, rather, I'm sorry. But if we could see a double bottom at this major support, that would be a good indication that that might be the right place for a turnaround. And we're getting closer to a reversal time. So we might be able to look for a reversal here. But the 5-minute is still very, very negative. And there's actually an inversion, the second inversion, on the histogram. Or reversion. Is that how it's been behaving? Well, if you're looking for that, then instead of just buying a call and hoping that plays out like that, you should look for a signal around those hours that would tell you it's starting to do that. Look, you got a nice hammer on the 1 minute. And that momentum looks like it's consolidating, which would lead me to believe it may be turning less negative. And there you go. That 1 minute, that hammer just got negated. And I got a reversion on the 2-minute histogram. So we're coming down to test the low again. And that low is yesterday's low. 30-minute momentum still is divergent. But that 2-minute low is 2-minute momentum is really negative. 5-minute momentum is really negative. $36.42 is the actual low of yesterday. All right, cool, man. I mean, you could be picking up on a characteristic, Anthony, of the market. Just don't hope that it does that based on the time. If you feel it's going to do that around the time, look for a signal. Some sort of price action that kind of confirms what you're thinking, or a price action that you're willing to take a chance on. If you see a big hammer right now or something like that, then knowing how the market's been behaving, that just puts the probabilities in your favor. To just do it now because it did it yesterday is not stacking probabilities. You could very well be right, dude, but you're not putting the probabilities in your favor, and ultimately over the long term, that's not going to pay off for you. So just try to confirm it. I'm looking at the 30-minute chart, and it's still very, very negative. I mean, I have 2 strong bars that are down. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I have 5 bars yesterday before I see an indication of a trend reversal on the 30-minute. And we're just talking 2 bars today, right now, that are very, very negative, which actually yesterday's bar started off positive, turned very negative, and then turned around again and went back up. Based on that, I bet we're negative, turn around, go back up, and then come down and close down again. All right, cool. So so you have a bias. Your bias is that this is going to turn around and go up. So you start looking for that setup that confirms your bias. Man, I'm going to make some good traders out of you guys. A lot of you guys have good stuff to work with, though. Yeah, look, we're making a new low. And that 1 minute has just been in a downtrend since the opening of the market. I mean, all of them have been in a downtrend. It hasn't even had a consolidation if you look at the pivots. The 30 seconds had a consolidation between 941 and 952. And really, the market's only off 11 points for the day. I mean, nothing wrong with that at all. The composite's only off 60. The Dow's off 117, which is really nothing for the composite, for the Dow. Like 1/3% down, which the composite also is 1/3% down. Russell's 0.5% down. S&P's 1/4% down. No bloodbath going on, which I'm thankful for. Let's see what the rest of the world is doing. Amazon down. AMC's up 44 cents. AMC's just churning around in this area. Tesla's off, Amazon's off. Microsoft is flat, it's up 60 cents. Apple's up 98 cents. Oh, man. Virgin Galactic got downgraded yesterday, and it just took a beating. A beating. Well, we did buy puts, but the market just didn't run for us. It just chopped its way around and came back. I mean, we bought puts 3 points ago. What does that equate to us? Even at the low, that's 4-point move. That's 2 points on the puts, which beats a poke in the eye. But that's not the moves we're looking for. We took our first. And when we entered the trade, we should have taken our first off at 36, in a properly moving market. But we can't even be confident to hold in for $2 a contract, because it just chops back and forth. Look, it's made a low, and now it's shooting back, knocking you out. I mean, I'm not going to do 100 trades for $1 a contract. It's just not my style. I mean, there's tons of scalpers out there picking up $50, $50, $50. I mean, that's what I made today. I made $50 a contract. I mean, that pisses me off. I don't understand what you mean, right? But we were doing a different type of trading. It's a different. I want to make a good trade. I don't want to make money. I want to make a good trade. So, I'm not thinking I should have done this or I should have done that. I just want to make a good trade. I mean, there's no good trade that I should have taken that I'm looking back. I mean, that's when I say I should have. Like, damn, I should have taken that trade. It's a good trade. Actually, you know what? There was one today when I was just sitting there bullshitting, and I didn't take that break of the low on the 32nd, the first move. I should have taken that low because that was within my parameters, and that would have been a good trade. Yeah, we just made a new high on the 32nd. We haven't made a new high on the 1 minute or the 2 minute yet, but the 32nd is making a new high. I would call this a pivot right here. Down, that's a high, and then it made another down. But this right here, it's only a couple of bars. I'd say that's a continuation. So this is a high, this is a low, and now if we break here, we're making a new high. But we don't really want that. What we want is this to turn around right here and make a new low first. And that's telling us it's a good entry, because if this is a new low, then it should break that high. Excuse me. Uh-oh, I'm getting text. It's probably Nasty Guy. Oh, I never sent this text. Ah, that's funny. So I see a good shoulder right here. This is coming up to, it may make a neckline. So I'm going to look for a head and shoulders on this 1 minute. and hopefully it'll turn out to be classic. You could see the strength building in the upward momentum on the 1 minute, which is good. You could see that the momentum is stronger than the last move up on the 2 minute, and you don't really have a move up yet on the 5 minute. And that's, we're moving so slow that it may behoove us just to wait for a signal on the 5 minute and take that, because we know that the the 30-minute signals are just choppy. It looks like I'd like to see it come back down and test this 38 area, and that would give us a nice head and shoulders on the 1 minute, and I might be interested in that. You could see it might be building on the 2 minute also. Actually, I might just watch the 2 minute for the break. Well, yeah, when you are in a position and you're going one way, you wait for a signal, and that's where you close your position. And you usually close your position where you would consider taking another position to go the other way. So if it came down, gave me a double bottom, I'd say, okay, that's my last position. I would have closed my last position. Or I might be in the 2 and it gives me a double bottom and I close it. But, that's what you look for. You look for your target and then an indication that it's reversing at your target. So the only thing I don't like in your statement is, so if in the beginning of the day I had bought puts after I established my bias, okay? So you don't establish your bias and then buy the put, right? You establish your bias, and then you look for a signal to enter consistent with your bias. And then, if you stayed in it, we would have looked at it here and said, okay, now it's time for a reversal, and things aren't looking like, the trend, it looks like the trend's changing, and I'm going to get out, or I'm even getting out and going the other way. You dig? So we actually did that, right? We missed one move, but we found another move. We took a position, but because of the nature of the market and the season, it knocked us out of the position, and we didn't get to go to fruition on the position. If it didn't knock us out of the position by being choppy, then we would still be in our what's called our runner. And we would have said, okay, you got it. It looks like you got a single bottom here, and it's not giving us the head and shoulders. It looks like you got a single bottom here on the 1 minute. On the 2 minute, on the 30 second, you have this divergence. So we would have been in our runner, seen this divergence with maybe that hammer and said, you know what? I'm taking my last one off right here. Or I'm taking my last one off and I'm going long some calls, which I've done that. And I don't do it in this market because you just don't get enough movement. But you'll see come the fall when we got some action that we're going to close a position and open another position the other way. Or sometimes we even open the position first because we don't want to miss the move. And that kind of makes us neutral. Like, what we lose on one, we gain on the other. And then we go and close the put. If we were trading it down and went reversed it, we would buy the call and then close the put. Yeah, exactly. Or an indication that the trend may reverse. You don't want to see a trend reversal necessarily. You want to see an indication that the trend's going to reverse. So a divergence in the momentum, a double bottom, a serious hammer, and you could even take one off and then, or take a piece of your position off and then let it confirm some more. So yeah, that's what you should be doing right now. So yeah, you could arguably say that you're in an uptrend on the 30 second, right? I would call this a low. So here's a high, here's the low. It made another high. It's probably going to come and make another low. On the 1 minute, it's still making another high. I don't know if I'd call this a low. I'd say this is a continuation. So I don't think that this has turned into a head and shoulders yet. I don't think it's turned into an uptrend yet, but I'm pretty confident it's going to. And then obviously this is not an uptrend yet, right? We do have a high we're going to make a higher high, but we need a higher low and then a higher high, and we could confidently say we're in an uptrend. And you could, you may also get this head and shoulders on the 5 minute. This being the shoulder low right here. And all it has to do is come down a little bit and give us another little low, and that's the shoulder. And this would be the neckline, and we may get a neckline. This may be the neckline beginning right here. So, you could run a trend line across or wait for the break of the highest neckline. But this 5 minute looks like it might be giving us a head and shoulders to support the uptrend on the lower charts. And that break of the head and shoulders is just going to support the move here. And if this, or even the 1 minute, gave us a higher low, that'll probably be the shoulder of the 5 minute. And then it's telling you, away we go, baby. Yeah, an uptrend is, you got to look for the pivots, and that's what defines the trends. And some of it's open to interpretation. I mean, as far as I'm concerned, that's a little consolidation and a continuation. I don't really call that a low. But that that came up and dipped down a little bit, as far as the highs of the bars, so I wouldn't really argue calling that a low. I wouldn't mind calling that a low. And then it's making a new high. It looks like it's consolidating and going. And then, it's very obvious here in the 2 minute that there hasn't been a low created yet. And the 5 minute hasn't created a low yet. So you could look for those, and away it goes. But that V bottom here, with that hammer, that's nice. I don't play V bottoms, but lots of people do. Oh, excuse me. But it's good, man. I like the way you're looking into the market now and starting to read the charts. You'll start developing what your entries should look like and where you're comfortable. Actually, this is a fairly decent hammer on the 1 minute. I mean, I like longer bottoms and stuff, but we're not in the market to create those kind of signals. So look, we're rolling over right now on the 2 minute, and we may create a higher low. Today is Thursday. I really got no moves to make as far as my increment trades, or should we call them my midterm trades. Hmm. That's all looking pretty peachy. So that 60-minute bar is looking like quite a hammer there. I mean, we went down, touched yesterday's low, and it's turning around. We've got 2 minutes left in that 60-minute bar. Boom. Let's get that tidied up a little bit. Here's the 60-minute bar. Came down, touched the cloud right there. And, yeah, you know, with 2 minutes left in the bar, it's making a nice hammer. I mean, if it comes back down, it's going to blow up that hammer. But if it trades back up, that's going to be a really nice hammer. You could look for a trade breaking that 45. And, I mean, it's consistent with the consolidation, but we may be looking to make a new high. And then that's an aggressively engulfing bar. And then we could look for the following bar to continue. Although it's just a 60 minute, so it'll probably just close in a hammer and then break up. But we could watch this bar. It wouldn't be engulfing because we didn't make a new low. Oh, well, technically we did. But what I'm seeing is we're taking 2 days up, 1 day down, 2 days up, 1 day down. That's what I feel is going to transpire. Or that's what I'm watching for. But, you know, I do recognize this channel here. And we'll see what we do with this channel. I have to OD on some vitamin C. I think it may be hay fever that's just knocking me out. So on the 30-second, it looks like you're getting a little double top. I'm seeing a slight divergence, but I'm feeling more like it's just neutral, the momentum, and going into consolidation. I don't know how much more movement we're going to get. I think we're looking at the opening range. I mean, the low broke out of the opening range. The 30-minute bar is a nice hammer to the downside. I think we're just going to trade around in here for the rest of the day. Hey, man, I appreciate, yeah, you know, even the little bit you said. You know what they say about the quiet people, right? You value your words and what you say, and, you know, so that goes a long way. I appreciate it. Spread the word, hit the like, hit the bell. And, yeah, you know, ask questions. You don't have to chat much, but, yeah, you know, if you have questions, then just drop the questions and maybe you get more value out of it. Oh, look at that. I left that we start at 9 stream up. I always forget to knock that off. Where the heck is that damn thing? There it is. Dink. So now we're in a new 30-minute period. We broke that hammer to the upside, but it looks like we're just going to consolidate for the rest of the day. Look, it's just grinding up. Grinding up, grinding up, grinding up. I mean, that should be a nice move for you, huh? I mean, yeah, I'm thinking you got in around 36, 37. You're at 44. It's 3, 4, 7. You're probably up like $3.5 a contract. I mean, none of the head and shoulders are developing. It's just grinding. The Russell is putting in a double bottom, but hasn't turned around. It's the composite and the SPX that are moving up, and the composite is dragging the SPX up. The Dow is just consolidating, really no movement, you know. A mixed market day, too, is really not a day that I trade. Amazon did a 20-point swing. Momentum's rolling around. Interest rates must be rising. Whee! It's getting hot. Hot, hot, hot. What topping tails are you looking at? On the 2-minute? Yeah, I see a big divergence on the 30-second. Looks like we might be making a little bit of a top on the 1 minute. We're going to test those topping tails right now. And the momentum on the histogram, at least, is fading off. So, I mean, you could try to take it off at the high, or maybe wait to see if you... Oh, where's my mouse? If you're looking at this 2-minute, you might hold it to the 42 mark. I mean, you give up a buck. Or take off a little piece right now and then take off the rest. I don't know what you're trading. But if it breaks this low, then you know it's going to consolidate or turn around. And really, if it breaks that low, that's more of an indication that it's going to trade back down. But it'll probably retrace halfway to about the 440 range. Nope, and there's the break. Oh, no. Is it? Yeah, that's the break. I thought I was looking at the other one. Yeah, see, that's you know, that's something you don't want to see. You don't want to see it break and pull back. I mean, it may still run, but you know, you want to see it break and just run. I got lucky with those storms down south. Looks like they're going through the Caribbean and into the Gulf. Usually happens that when I'm hanging out with my family, a storm heads up towards my boat, and I got to head down to my boat wherever it is to secure it. They got their tinfoil hats on. Oh my goodness, bunch of serious traders. Well, I'm on the East Coast, man. So yeah, I mean it's warm where I am. Usually not that warm. Not as warm as it is now. As a matter of fact, the air conditioning in the house keeps kicking on, which is really uncommon. I mean, yeah, you know, I probably have that same unit since I got the house. It's probably the unit that was built with the house. So that unit's well over 20 years old and works fine because it's never used. Yeah, I think I saw like 95 yesterday, but I actually went climbing some caves, and it was just nice and cool in there, and you know, it was just so nice. And when we got out of the caves, it was like just oppressive, you know. And we were going to go do a hike around the area, and we were like, oh, to hell with that, man. We just hopped in the car and went and got something good to eat, and then came back to the crib and just chilled out. Back to the crib and chilled out. Yes, 50-year-old man using youthful vernacular. So Fred looks like it's going to make its way through into the Gulf. There's another one behind it that's still just a disturbance, and looks like it's putting a little upswing on the trajectory. So that might be interesting. That might hit Florida and turn up the coast. Hopefully it dies out before anything happens. I would like a season without having to endure a hurricane. Yeah, the mugginess is the drag, right? I mean, that makes it so heavy. And you know, usually up in the mountains, you don't get that mugginess. You know, when I'm down in New York, it's like so oppressive. But when I'm up in the mountains, you know, usually you know, the air is dry, so you can remain comfortable. It's only mid 80s right now, which is not you know, not too bad. It's out of the ordinary, but it's not too bad. But yeah, we'll see about 93 today. Yesterday, midday, I think we were looking at 95. The evenings get cool though. I mean, it goes as low as 70 degrees in the evening. So, I mean, all my windows are open and we're sleeping really comfortably. Composite looks like it put in a double top. S&P looks like it put in a double top, but feels like it's still fighting its way up. And we got that little gap that we can close. Nah, I don't love a good hurricane. Yo, I was in one I had bought a business, an agriculture business, really viable concern. I mean, made a ton of money, and I got a really good price, cut a great deal. Within 6 months, a storm came through, scrubbed the land, man, wiped it out. I might as well have bought raw land and built the business. I mean, I still had the clientele and the equipment and all of that stuff, but it really banged me out. It took me like 3 or 4 months to get it up and running and back on track, which isn't terrible, but cost me more than I expected. Like, it was a sweet deal when I bought it, and the way I cut the deal, it was just really profitable, and that that ate it up. That hurricane. And then, I endured the boat. I mean, if I lost the boat, I mean, it's insured, and it's not, that big a deal that it would change my quality of life or anything. But I love the boat, and, I don't want to lose the boat. And I mean, ultimately, I would like to pass that boat on to a young boater who, wants adventure, because I mean, I built that thing to be a tank. So I think it would be nice, somebody who's starting out in the world and, doesn't have that much cash. If I could just drop that on him, it would make me feel good. So, on my next move, I mean, that's what I'd like to do with it. So I'd like to, stick to the program. No, I don't like hurricanes, man. It's just too much work. Yeah, that's a bummer. Yeah, agriculture is, I mean, got to be as risky as the market. I mean, that's why futures came around, so that you could hedge your bets. But I mean, it's really, I mean, it's a hard life, man. It's a hard life. And I had some agricultural concerns over in Asia also. And I mean, there you really get to feel how hard the life is for a farmer. It's a really hard life for those guys. And I mean, the bigger interests, I mean, obviously, by scales of economics, you can deal with all that stuff. But the just the farmer, the local farmer, whoo, it's hard living, man. And forget about it. Their oxen die, it's a wrap. It's a wrap. And it's interesting because labor's so cheap there that everything's done by hand. I mean, literally, they still have oxen pull and plow, and I had teams of oxen on my farms. But even here in the States, man, these guys, I mean, between disease and all of that stuff, it was just a drag. It was rough. I mean, it was challenging, and we figured ways around it. It was more the customer service aspect of it that got me out of the deal. So it looks like we're closing that gap now, man. That's a nice long you put on there, Ant. If you're still in it. Yeah, it looks like your target could be, which I think we're almost there, right? The close was 47.70. Yeah, you're a buck away, man. Should have picked up about $5 a contract on that. Yeah, you broke the high of the day. You're closing the gap. I mean, I'm not really expecting today to be to create a new high, but it's not impossible. I mean, that daily bar looks really smooth. But that was a really good trade, man. It was an early reversal, right? It happened around 10:10, that low right there. Didn't give us a double bottom and just took off. You saw a nice hammer on the 2-minute. That would have been a good indication. It's a good trade. Your target is the reversal? Good, good. You're getting a good handle on this, man. I'd say this is one of the better trading days that you've shared with us. A lot of times it seems a little too shoot from the hip, but this was seemed like it had some direction. I mean, your entry might have been a little rough, you know. You didn't really. I mean, just sit back, think about it, why you took it. If you keep saying because it felt like it was going to go up, then yeah, you know, you had a good bias, but you need to define your entry more. And don't think that you're right because you made money. You have to understand that market conditions, the reason why you want to define your entry is because different market conditions could put you at a serious risk. So if the market had momentum, it wouldn't have behaved like this. And you might have gotten hurt like that. So you want a good reason why you got in it. All right, cool, man. If you could admit that to yourself, then that's good, man. All you got to do is polish up those edges. You know what I'm saying? Define it. Like you took a good entry, but look at that entry and say, okay, you know, why? How could I look at this and define it? Like where I should enter here. Because I could see on the 1 minute, I could see a hammer right here, and you're at a low, and there's a divergence here. And if you could, you know, if you had that feeling right there and said, and then look back and said, okay, I'm seeing this divergence. So let me expand this. You know, I'm seeing a divergence right here, and I see a hammer building right here. So fuck it, I'm gonna take it. Yeah, you know that's good. That's a good low. You know, and I think maybe if I was just trading and not streaming, I might have been reading the market enough that that would have been convincing enough to me to make that move, that hammer. And what's your risk on that, right? The high is 36, the low is 35. Oh man! So you got a buck risk right here. You would have been risking like $50 a contract. And if I was paying attention and working on trading, I might have taken that myself. You know, just by everything I just read out to you. It's easy to see after it's transpired, but just watching that develop, I might have said, okay, that looks good. I mean, what might have thrown me off is this low to this low, but in essence, it's still creating a divergence because of this low to this low is so aggressive, and it's just really bottoming out right here, you know, and this is like really seasonal effect. So, you know, and your trading day doesn't end at 4 o'clock or when you're done trading. You know, your trading day ends after you analyzed the moves you made that day. Here's another entry that we talked about. On the 60-minute, we're breaking that hammer. So, I mean, even if you just took that trade, you're at 45. You're up $2 right now, buck a contract. And it looks like it's going to continue that move, although that momentum looks a little soft. So, you know, that's important that you do the homework afterwards. You know what I'm saying? It's not pack up and run. You go down and say, okay, why did I take these trades? You know, how did I manage the trades? What could I have done to manage the trades differently? Looks like we closed that gap and we're hitting a little resistance right there. But that was a nice trade, man. All right, cool. But yeah, you feel like the market's going to do something, and you're catching some signals. You know what I'm saying? Just find what you're catching. You know, I'm convinced that you feel that not because some mystical power is giving you that feeling, but you're looking at the market, and there's something there that you're looking at that's telling you this. You know, so you just need to define it that way you could keep duplicating it. You know, and understand when it doesn't work. You know. Because I promise you, man, that's how you blow up. I feel like the market's going up, but it, yeah, you know, goes the other way. I mean, I've even seen trend reversals set up, but the market picks up momentum and it just goes the other way. And yeah, you know, you'll hit it maybe, yeah, you know, 8 times, but that 1 or 2 times that it really goes against you is what destroys traders. You know, I've seen guys profitable for a year and then never make a dime again because, yeah, you know, they just had no management or definition of their entries, and they just have those blow up days that kill them. Yeah, you know, and that's what you want to avoid. It's the blow up days. You know, you could be profitable for the next 6 months and then hit a blow up day because you don't have the definition or the risk management. And that's hard for somebody to communicate to a new trader until it actually happens to them. Just like me saying, you know, stay close to your kids when they're young because time passes fast. I heard that my whole fucking life, you know, but now I feel it. I understand it, you know, so I've heard that growing up, but until it happens, you just don't understand it. So, and the journal's good, man. The journal's good. Yeah, that was a really nice trade you took. Yeah, don't worry about the bad weeks paper trading, man. You're going to have a few bad weeks trading cash. I mean, that's the business. You know what I'm saying? Every day's not profitable. Um, yeah, you know, we've been doing pretty good while we've been chatting, but you know, that's not my usual experience. We've been doing pretty good. The market's been very conservative. We've been very conservative, so we're doing pretty good. But yeah, you know, I mean, you'll go months without making money, you know, and that's when you have to believe in what you're doing, believe in your disciplines and things like that, believe in your stops, and yeah, you know, you keep your losses small, you wait, and it turns around. You know, it's just the nature of the business, man. Yeah, you know, and if you do any reading and listen to real traders, you'll hear, you know, they've gone through these periods. You know, so yeah, don't loss is all part of the business. Yeah. All right. Good. Good experience. Good experience. So the composite turned positive. It's the only one that did, and everybody's off their lows, but still down. The Russell didn't really join that little rally. But like I said yesterday, we started off high, then traded off, and came back. And today, I think we're trading off, um, and I think that we might close a little lower today. I kind of feel that. Yeah, that's probably the lesson, and you learn not to get too lost in your successes. That's a big problem. I mean, emotion is just the downfall of a trader. You know, you get overly emotional on your losses. You get overly emotional on your wins. You know, and then you get arrogant and cocky, and you start hurting yourself. Or you take a lot of losses and you lose confidence and you start doubting yourself. So, you know, I try to remind everybody that, this is void of emotion, man. You got to stay calm. You got to be at peace and make your trades. You know, and I mean, it's something that I keep thinking about that I need to reinforce because, you know, I find it even in the chats. Everybody, you know, I mean, I like when people share their trades and tell me what's going on, but, you know, I see a lot of over exuberance, and that is not something that that we want. Hmm. What is with my Mac Daddy on my daily? Yeah, you're supposed to give back a little, man. You're never going to get out at the high or in at the low. You know, you need a confirmation. So you were looking for that reversal. You can't find the reversal without a little give back. You know, that's the reality of it. But we closed that gap and turned around. We may continue the march up. That was a nice trade, though, I got to say. I mean, it was an early reversal, but you caught it well. It's just a little more responsive, Brian, for me. I mean, it's what I've used for years, and so that's what I track. But really, the defaults are the same. I mean, if you change it around, you're going to see it's relatively the same. Yeah, so don't get lost in the numbers. It's more the spirit of it. Yeah, the momentum is going to be bullish or bearish either way. So, at one point things just become a superstition. But yeah, any indicator that does the same thing that the Mac Daddy does will work the same. It's just a matter of how you read it. If you're used to reading your Mac Daddy the way it is, then that's fine. You just want to see the uptrend and the downtrend. Doesn't put me ahead of the curve or behind the curve any. Yeah, I could trade off of the default Mac Daddy. I mean, I was shown that years and years and years ago, and I can't even remember what the dude rationale is. Yeah, my mentor at the time. But just out of habit, that's where I said it. But again, I've traded time and time again off of the defaults on the Mac Daddy. I wouldn't even notice the difference. And then again, if you want to, make the adjustment, that's fine too. It's all going to work the same. And again, anything that's measuring momentum is going to work the same as the MACD. So everybody out, yeah, you bet, anytime. Everybody out there is selling the silver bullet indicator, but it doesn't exist. It's all the same shit with different names. Doing the same thing. I mean, there's a momentum with an oscillator and a histogram, and you're going to see hundreds of different ones. You have all different types of channels, slight variations, but in the spirit of things, it's all the same. And if you're worried about the nickel and dime when you get in, then you haven't really caught the gist of trading yet. Once you're comfortable with your price action and your setups, then the indicator is just kind of confirming what you already know. So then you realize that doesn't matter. Like even my trend lines, I remember, when I first started, I was so meticulous about where my trend lines were, and they had to be right on the dot and the whole 9 yards, because people used to preach your entry on the trend line, but your entry is like within the spirit of where the trend line is. So, I know we're breaking around here, I'm going to get in. If I'm not in on the nearest nickel, it doesn't make a difference. You got to be within the spirit of the trade. And once you're comfortable with trading, then you're going to find that. You're going to lay off the numbers and just get into the vibe and the spirit of it. So, yeah, don't miss the forest for the trees. Don't get hung up on those little particulars. The Mac Daddy or the MACD doesn't give me my entry. Just kind of tells me what's going on in the market. My price action gives me my entry. And there's nothing on my chart that gives me my entry. I don't look at crossovers and things like that. I confirm with that, but my entry is price action. Like, what does this bottom mean? When I see a double bottom, what does it mean? And the momentum will tell me what it means. It means it's breaking through the bottom, or it means it's making a reversal. And that's what the momentum is telling me. And it's not even 100%. It's giving me a bias. But I mean, there's plenty of times that I've seen a trend reversal set up, and the momentum is confirming it, and the market just tanks, and that's just the nature of it. Variable outcomes. You have to be comfortable with the idea that even though you're consistent in your setups, every setup that's the same is a variable outcome. So again, don't get locked in on those numbers. And any change you make to your charts and everything, you got to take time to let it set in, and you get comfortable with it, reacting to it. So even when I went from NT8 to TradeStation, I had to acclimate. My acclimation's a little quicker because I'm staring at charts all the time, but I still have an acclimation period. But yeah, there's no one trading methodology that's better than the other. It's a matter of what you're comfortable working with, what works for you, what fits your personality. But there are thousands of ways to trade the market and make money. The only way you don't trade the market is on hope. Like you take crapshoots like AMC and hope that it works out. There's a lot of intelligent fundamentals that people have done on AMC to decide whether to go long or short, but that's not what's being pitched all over the media. I mean, it's a crapshoot. Come up with a setup, good definitions for why you take an entry or an exit, and that's how you trade, some sort of methodology. And like I said, there are hundreds of guys out there. I mean, there are tons of guys out there trading options and doing all sorts of things, and they want to tell you that they're right and I'm wrong. But the reality is they're right and I'm right. It's what works for you. And I've told the story before, but some of my mentors I've traded right alongside, taking their exact setups, and they made money and I didn't, because it just didn't suit my personality. And you'll see when the market's really moving, I'm going to take more reversals than I will breakouts. But right now you're just not getting a lot of good reversals, good reversal setups. But I'm more a conspiracist than an optimist. And I'm thinking, all right, this is run too much, and I'm looking for that reversal. But that's what suits my personality. Yeah, you bet, Anthony. Yeah, definitely run. I'm going to run soon too. I'm thinking maybe 15 minutes. I'm going to wrap this thing up and go drag everybody out of bed, because I know everybody's still in bed when I go back into the house. Tell them I want to go play. I think I'm going to pull out some kayaks and drag everybody down the river. And I'm actually hungry. So you know what? I'm going to take my leave, because I'm really not looking for any more trades. I think we're going to consolidate the rest of the day. But if I was to take a trade, I'd look for a break of the daily high right now and probably go long there, or a break to the low and go long. I don't know that I'd trade in between these 10 points that we have. So everybody, I'm going to leave the chat up if you guys want to chat amongst yourself. Everybody remember, this is void of emotion. Stay calm, be at peace when you trade, and good luck trading.